Hello, Boomy, Restmo, Strawberry Sapphire. Welcome, welcome. Let me do some. Hello, Alley Cats. Hello, Blaster QB. Let me do my Sky Leap dailies. It's just you and Sun unlocked tonight. I see suicide in Shadowverse. What does that mean? What did I miss? Let me see. What do you mean? Okay, super evolves zombie. Plays the ghost. Tyrannical fist. What? It kills him first. Why does it kill him first? How come? Hello, Synaptic. That's sort of dumb. Hello, Jared. Alright, let's do this. We got some pith. Very good. Into daily draw. The banner does change today, so we will wait. Tales of Arise tonight? Yeah, it is. We will wait, but I'm probably pulling on Echidna banner. Hootle, bruh. I miss Hootle. Hootle's the best part of that game. And a Miku Rogue. Into co-op. Good chance of Halloween reruns. What am I missing in Halloween? Hold up. Halloween, you say? Vicky, Lance? Oh, wait. I forgot about Lance as well. Halloween is for noobs? Get the fuck out. Halloween is not for noobs. Echidna, I'm sorry. I have to go for the Lance. I have to go for the Vicky. You think it'll be Mugen banner based on past patterns? They don't add the current year ones yet. Who would be... Wait. When you say Mugen, do you mean like that year? Or would like Tikor be there as well? Because I wouldn't mind Tikor. I would roll for a chance at Tikor. Meanwhile, Nico gets an SSR every day. Is that true, Nico? Only on non-gala? Nico, I need to let you in on a secret, which is that Marky's been getting SSRs every day and sometimes multiple. Marky's probably luckier than you. I don't know what you've got him, but I think Marky's probably luckier. Yeah, I'm not surprised, exactly. I just need everyone to know that Marky's at 7 SSRs in the past 4 days, yep. My ultimate Bahamut died, I can come in. Into the Puerto Baja would probably take you 2 days. The Golden Week event? How long is it up for? Do you have time? It's till May 9th. Oh, okay. Hello, Perro. You have 2 more to do, then you're done. Wait a sec, was Black Knight done? Black Knight is indeed done. Focus almost there, not even close, not even close. Hello, Arosen. Hello, Madrid. How's it going? Alright, let's see. What are we doing next? Our gold bar raids. So last year, Halloween rerun started with 2014 to 21, and the year before was 2014 to 2020. So I think it'll go up to 2022 this year. 2022. So that's Mugen. Okay, so if 2023 is there, it's good. But it's probably not going to be there. So I guess we look out for Dante, Tico, and Vicky on the image. But if they're not there, I might just pull this banner. Because I have all the old Halloweens. Or is it better to save just in case? No, there's no way, right? But Snake Mummy. This is my first Tales of Arcarum, only if there was a video letting me know how to farm it. Wait a second. Wait a damn second. I do have one. I think that was a joke, but anyways, just letting people know just in case. What year was Vicky Halloween? Vicky Halloween was 2023. Yeah, 23. So if it follows the pattern, she won't be there. But we'll wait for the banner tweet. Time to EM level everyone to 30. Yeah, I'm doing that from I'm doing that now. A blue archive collab would be amusing. Has Granblue collabed with other gachas so far? Are IMOS franchises gachas, chat? They are, right? Not really. No, no, no. Uma. Uma's the only one, right? Oh, Prickon too. Uma, Prickon, but the caveat is that they're Cygames games. But yeah, is IMOS gacha? I don't know if IMOS counts. I don't know Love Live either. I don't know the idle games. Shadowverse, yeah, again a Cygames IP, right? Persona was a collab with Persona 5, not with the Persona gacha, so that does not count. Cinderella Girls is a gacha, although you can play without pulling. Okay, okay. So there's been a couple gachas. There's not many though, right? And all of them are Cygames games? Love Live is gacha too? Oh, okay, okay. Well, there you go. So yeah, the idle games. So the idle games are gacha games. PrickCon and Orma. Love Live is not gacha. Love Live is not gacha. It's main series for the anime. Oh, okay. So we collabed with the anime, not the gacha. It's sort of like how we collab, how we're collabing with FMA and not the FMA gacha. I see the distinction. Token Rambu is a gacha too. Oh, is this a gacha? Okay. Yeah, I think the only like direct gachas so far, Prickon and Orma, right? Shadowverse if you count card games as gacha, which I personally do. And Cinderella Girls. And Token Rambu, if that is a gacha. Genshin collab soon. I personally don't see it. I don't see it, but who knows? Could get the Sacred Paw of Wukong to hit someone. I don't see GBF collabing with any major gachas of today. Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't see it. One day there'll be Arknight's collab, which will open the door for a Limbus collab. Oh, a nice bar, nonchalant bar. Oh, did I get a bar? I didn't realize. Wow. Dun, 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 ba, 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 ba. Where is my bricky? Right here. Limbus or Project Moon gets into places that would make CCP say nope. Rest mode says Here, look. Here's your bricky. Right here. Okay, anyways. Dun, dun, dun. Let me see, what have I missed? On my way? Degrox needs some help on Colossus. Chat, what did I miss? I've not watched the newest PoE teaser. Pause. This one.
A champion.
Ah, so loud. Stop.
I require a champion. A champion to face the darkness below.
What league is that? Comp, I need clues. What league is that? Darkness Below.
Require a champion. A champion to face.
A champion to face below. What on earth league is that? comp is in the 14 mines at the moment. I just don't know what league that is. All right, what else did we miss? We have missed Star Fox Direct. Wait, is this what you were talking about, Strawberry? I did not know there was a Star Fox Direct. Wait, what the hell is that? Razio. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Star Fox Direct. They shadow dropped it with 10 minutes notice. What?
Hello everyone, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto. Last month, we released the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which was enjoyed by many people around the world. To everyone who saw it in theaters, thank you very much. The movie features a certain character who isn't part of the Super Mario series. That's right, the main character from the Star Fox series, Fox McCloud, makes an appearance. Now, Fox and his wingmen return in their own Nintendo Switch 2 game. This game is called Star Fox. And now, I'll pass it over to Koizumi-san. Koizumi-san.
They're
Hello,
rebooting,
everyone.
it sounds like.
I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi. From here on, I will be your host for this presentation. Star Fox is based on the Nintendo 64 game Star Fox 64, but the visuals have been completely updated. All of the characters in the game have also been redesigned. All right, let's take a look.
Oh, I love Star Fox music.
Atmospheric entry complete. Extend the wings.
Smash stage PTSD.
G-diffuser systems check. Sound off, team.
Slippy here. So far, so good.
This is Peppy. All systems go.
Falco here. G-diffuser seems fine. Let's go already. Enemy targets up ahead. Let's rock and roll.
Wow, full gameplay trailer, huh?
What you're seeing is footage of the game in action. While stage layouts have been kept the same, the visuals have received a major
Oh, so this is a
upgrade.
remake.
Slippy, stay in formation.
Banter between characters is also back.
Now you've done it, Slippy. Bogey on your tail.
Cover me while I fine-tune my sensors. Oh, you got him? Thanks, Fox.
We need your help, Star Fox.
Hey there, General. You seem a little on edge. But as it happens, my team's
This
available
is
to
Fox
deploy
McCloud,
immediately.
leader of the Star Fox Mercenary Squad.
Prep the R-Wings. We've got a job to do, Star Fox. We're gonna take the system back from Andross. One planet at a time.
Falco Lombardi is their ace pilot and Fox's rival.
Sounds perfect. There's no way Andross would expect us to launch an assault there. You up for another challenge, Fox?
Scans are showing unidentified energy emanating from within.
Flippy Toad is the team's engineer extraordinaire.
Incredible! Do you realize how rare it is to experience?
Why is Slippy Toad called Slippy Toad when it's clearly a frog? Someone tell me.
A stable warp channel? Did you see the distortions?
That base is the gateway to the wider system, Fox.
And Peppy Hare is their strategic mastermind and veteran pilot.
Dance into enemy space. Just this. Hit 'em quick and hit 'em hard.
The fate of the Lilat system rests squarely on their shoulders. The R-Wing is a high-performance aerospace fighter piloted by Fox and his crew. It's equipped with a laser. It can also fire charged shots or launch bombs that cover a wide area. The R-Wing can brake, boost, do a barrel roll to repel enemy fire, and even somersault. Besides the R-Wing, an agile ground assault vehicle called the Landmaster and a modified exploratory submersible called the Blue Marine can also be piloted, depending on the mission.
Impressive work, Star.
The campaign will take you to diverse planets as you seek out the enemy's stronghold to restore peace in the Lilat system. Corneria is a planet teeming with life and the beating heart of the system. Ficina is a frozen planet with most of its surface covered in ice and snow.
Get your own target, Fox.
Solar is the Lilat system's scorching hot second star. And Zoness is a deserted, polluted ocean planet that was stripped of all its natural resources.
Cool your jets, Cat.
There's also an asteroid field to navigate.
Persistent laser tech!
And the inside of a nebula. From planet surfaces to outer space, a variety of stages await. With free-flying dogfights in all-range mode.
Unit, don't let anything through. That flash
And massive boss battles, you can look forward to intense aerial combat.
We did it. All units, disengage.
Depending on the objectives you complete, the number of enemies shot down, and other factors, the route you take through the system may change.
That's sort of cool.
Replay
Yeah, I never played the
stages with
original.
a different approach to find ways through that are off the beaten path.
You'd better be right about this, Falco.
I say we trust Falco's instincts.
You worry about your own.
Really? Yeah, I
Plenty of
never
new
played it.
cutscenes have also been added. These include never-before-seen mission briefings between stages, allowing you to learn more about the characters and the Star Fox universe.
Fall in, team. How are we doing?
You can choose between easy, normal, and expert difficulty settings. When playing on easy difficulty, your shield gauge will be longer, and your lasers will remain powered up, making it ideal for novice pilots. In challenge mode, you can replay stages you've already cleared. Complete a variety of objectives that bring new challenges to each mission that you won't find in the campaign.
Defend the Allied fleet. Don't let any of them pass us.
Break through. We'll find out who's coordinating this attack.
Take on these challenges on either normal or expert difficulty. Battle mode puts you in 4 versus 4 dogfights. Players are split between Team Star Fox and Team Star Wolf, then compete to earn the most points by clearing missions and taking down foes. You can select from 3 stages, each with its own rule set.
Wait, was this multiplayer? Or was this just against an
Take out
AI?
opponents and seize control of the zone around the satellite towers on Corneria.
This is multiplayer, okay.
Star Fox completed the objective.
Collect as many energy crystals as you can while dodging meteorites on Ficina. or retrieve cargo from space pirates and take it to your base in Sector Y.
Star Fox completed the objective.
You can create private matches with your friends online, or match up with random players from around the world, making for a variety of ways to join team battles. Plus, if one person has the game, up to 4 players can take to the skies locally with GameShare. Or online, using GameShare via
That's cool.
Game Chat. By holding your Joy-Con 2 controller like a mouse, you can seamlessly swap to mouse-controlled targeting for intuitive aiming and steering.
Oh
Slippy,
no.
stay in formation. Now you've done it, Slippy. Bogey on your tail.
By sharing one of the Joy-Con 2 controllers with a second player, you can split pilot and gunner duties in co-op.
That's cool.
We're entering Corneria City now. Andros sure has trashed the place.
I'll target the lights on the left. You guys go right.
It's a trap. Take him down. Don't crawl back under your rock.
It's a trap.
A swarm of lowly flies. Get ready, team. We're approaching Venom airspace.
What did you think? As you just saw, Fox and Company have a more animal-like design in this game. Reborn exclusively for the Nintendo Switch 2 system, Star Fox launches June 25th.
Wait, that's soon as well.
By the way, this game also supports character avatars, which let you change your face in game chat to look like a character.
What?
Like this. How do I look? It doesn't just capture your head movement.
VTubing both.
But your mouth movement? Blinks. And your eyebrow movement as well. If you have a compatible USB camera, please give it a try. When using character avatars to
actually
look like
cool.
a Star Fox character, friends playing other games can also see your new look. This game also supports the Nintendo 64 controller. Those who played the Nintendo 64 version can enjoy controls that feel even closer to the original. Since its debut on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the Star Fox series has had a long legacy on Nintendo platforms. Along that journey, it set out for adventure and join the battle in the Super Smash Bros. Series. We're grateful that you've continued to support the series for more than 30 years. If you've never experienced the series before, we hope you'll give Star Fox a try. Finally, we'll finish this presentation by sharing the game's prologue, which depicts a past battle involving James McCloud, father of the protagonist Fox. Thank you very much.
Come in, Star Fox. This is Corneria Defense Force Headquarters. Do you read?
Loud and clear. James McCloud here, General. Star Fox is on approach to Venom. No indications yet of any suspicious activity. We'll let you know what we find.
Proceed with caution. You're the first to set eyes on that place in years. And thank you for accepting this mission, James. You're the only one I can trust.
General Pepper, do you read me? Something's jamming long-range comms. Stay sharp, team.
The cooler Fox,
Are
yeah.
you seeing this, James? According to my instruments, the atmosphere is
Did they show
highly
Wolf? They did,
toxic.
yeah.
And we're doing this job for next to nothing? We're supposed to be mercs, not chumps.
There's more at stake here than our bottom line, Pigma.
Yeah, sure.
General Pepper says his people have detected signs of activity on Venom's surface. He's concerned it has something to do with Dr. Andross.
It was in the
It's been
multiplayer
years
section.
since
Yeah, in the
Andross was
multiplayer.
banished here, James. If the atmosphere is poisonous,
All the more reason to figure out what's going on. Dr. Andross made mistakes, and he paid the price for them. But whatever else he is a genius. Maybe he found a way to survive.
Our leader, such a bleeding heart.
where'd they come from?
Defensive formation! Pigma, where are you going?
It's like you told me. I'm getting into formation.
You two-timing swine!
What can I say? My new boss pays better.
Corneria must suffer. Death to all who stand in the way of my vengeance.
Was that Dr. Andross?
Don't let them escape!
I can't shake him.
Hey, Peppy! Catch!
Ah!
James!
Peppy, are you there? Come in, Peppy. Do you read me? I'm losing altitude. Peppy, you need to get out of here. Warn the General.
Not without you, James.
That's an order. And Peppy, keep an eye on Fox.
No. Alright, cool direct. You know, one thing I do like about Nintendo releases often is that they drop the dates like so soon to when the trailer drops. The new graphics are really good, but the animal like designs are gonna take some getting used to. What did they used to look like? Let me look it up. Yeah, I've never played a Star Fox game, so. I mean, like compared to Smash, where it's more cartoony. More cartoony, right? Okay, okay, yeah. They look a bit more realistic. At least some of them do. How many times have they remade this game? I feel this isn't the first time, right? Wolf is a huge downgrade. SNES 64 Switch 2. 5 counting 3DS4. Why don't they make a new one? I was surprised to hear it was a remake, honestly. I wasn't expecting that. Interesting. I hope they put Star Fox Assault on NSO. E3 Fez reload. Good Arvo Minasan, I have the biggest headache ever. Good night and get some rest, Omikin. Good night. I wonder how most people feel about the redesigns. Bad, yeah, I'd imagine most people don't like it. You attempted to change your Europa harps for Oberons just to face tank Colossus Ira with your Ogi team? Europa harps. You'll lose a fair amount of damage, which might make it harder to hit the conditional threshold. You'll have to play around and see. But your Oberons at the start is probably your best source of HP. Also, Omikin's headache is so big that she didn't say Morvo, she said Arvo. Hello, Mr. Keys, how's it going? You're ready to grind ToA? Jokes, I don't have enough M3 weapons. I finished all my Eternals Evokers, so I have no one to grind levels for ToA. You just do the missions. I did some adjustments and I can consistently reach blue chest on Colossus. It's still inconsistent. That rate's tough because there's so much defense at the start. So you need a fair amount of damage in your grid. It's a tricky one. I added the Leviathan Cranium, the one with stamina, which helps if I'm not decimated in the first couple times. Yeah, stamina's a good damage mod. Alright, that one's done. I don't know what happens, but sometimes it like this FA sort of fails towards the end. There was the Stranger Than Heaven showcase just now. Which one's that? Stranger Than Heaven? I need to sort my odious weapons. Why did you have to remind me, rest mode? Rest mode, why? Why did you have to remind me? Atami? We never went to Atami. I wanted to. But look at this shit. I have 12 pages. It might be time to buy a stash. It might be time to buy a stash. You're just like me. Alright, let me see this. Xbox presents Stranger Than Heaven. Do I even know this game? What is this game? Is this the not Yakuza game? Just to send them all there? Yeah, pretty much. Is this not Yakuza?
それが俺たちの国だ。登場会。ほいじゃあいよいよ兄貴組立ち上げるんじゃの。やっちゃろうや。兄貴なら絶対にてっぺん取れますけ。ありがとうな。けどそういうんじゃねえんだ。
Yeah, I don't actually know what this
俺た
is.
ちみてえなヤクザもん帰る場所のない連中が生きていけるそんな場所があったらいいって思わねえかねえだろ
It is the Yakuza studio. I thought it was the other one, but I think that one sort of died, right?
俺たち自身で
Yeah, it's RGG. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna get me muted on YouTube, so I'm gonna mute it. Listening, I think this gets me muted on YouTube. I'm sorry. A stranger than heaven, probably, yeah. $19.15. Oh, I think I remember seeing this in a showcase. Where's Rachel? Disgracing the music. Blah, blah, blah. Ado? Wait a second. Interesting. Ado mentioned, yeah. We have our cast. Once we alright, some gameplay here. Looks like typical RGG gameplay. Stranger than heaven. Xbox presents.
偶然見つけた怪しげな船に忍び込むところから始まります。少年の名前は大東誠。当時
Okay. There we go. I'm not too interested, but it's cool. Looks like a pretty high production cost game though, right? Maybe all that outsourcing was worth it. Did they outsource it? Interesting. Da, 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 da. Hello, any suggestions on row 5 classes after Mana Diver? I have a class priority list. If you want to take a look at that, give me a second, I'll link it to you. Where are we here? But ultimately, you want to get all of them, so it's not the biggest deal which order you go for, in my opinion. It's just whichever class you think you're going to use first. Go be the king. Street King's pretty fun, yeah. Alright, standing up. Need to stretch my legs. Hold up, pause. I have a video on to watch. The Steam controller. I know J-Dog got one of these. Any of you guys? Anybody else get one of these?
Steam controller. Valve sent me one of these 2 weeks ago. In fact, they sent me two. I've been using this extensively over the last 2 weeks. The only time I haven't been using it was when I was reviewing Saros using a DualSense Edge controller, which is kind of a perfect point of comparison since the Edge is like an insanely expensive.
How much is it? Steam controller price. 99 USD, there you go. Which is a lot cheaper than the DualSense Edge. DualSense Edge, which is the one he just mentioned, is like super fucking expensive. That one was one I wanted to get, but it was like way too expensive to justify. Regular DualSense is how much? Like a regular PS5 controller is 100 Australian. So it's a bit more expensive than a regular controller, right?
Stacked controller. Like
yeah, I heard this controller got scalped.
Advanced feature-packed controller in existence. And so going back and forth between that and the Steam controller for the last 2 weeks has really helped me zero in on what I do and do not like about this thing. I'm gonna tell you right off the jump that I have very few complaints about this controller. Like actually kind of no complaints. I could list features that it's missing compared to other controllers or personal preferences when it comes to materials or aesthetics or ergonomics, but at no point was I using this and thinking to myself, oh, that's bad. I wish Valve didn't do that. On the contrary, my time spent with it was often filled with genuine surprise at how well thought out many of its aspects were, how much of an
You're not a controller, I'm a
even
big
over the
controller
Steam Deck's
gamer.
controls, and how versatile this controller is thanks to Steam input and all of the community-driven approach to controller mapping that comes with that. The ergonomics are great. The trackpads are S tier. Gyro is a surprise.
I feel like this will be hard for me to get used to because I'm used to the PS5 controller, right? And the PS5 controller sticks are like down here. So I feel like it being a lot higher would fuck with me. But maybe it wouldn't. Like I'm holding my PS5 right now. I mean, I guess like the PS5 sort of goes up like this, right? It's missing this bottom part, so maybe it's not that different. I feel like I would just knock the touchpads constantly. Yeah, I guess it depends. We'll watch the
Surprisingly
review.
great
Maybe they
feature,
talk
which we'll
about it.
definitely talk a lot more about. The charging puck is also really nice. The back buttons are excellent, and battery life is incredible. I don't know if you need to run out and grab this if you already feel well serviced by your current controller of choice, but if you are in the market for a controller to use on PC, or if you want to give yourself significantly more options when playing PC games with a controller, then I think this is a bit of a no-brainer for reasons we'll certainly cover. Let's start with a quick unboxing though. The Steam controller comes in that standard cardboard box that Valve really seems to like. A little bit of flourish on the outside, your games at your fingertips, a quick rip of the cardboard seal, and we're in, revealing a very simple set of instructions, as well as the controller itself and the puck. There is a USB-C to Type A cable in there, and when all is said and done, that's what we're left with. Very easy, very simple. Plugging it into your PC for the very first time does trigger a firmware update for both the controller and the puck. After that, it will start working with your Steam games, and this is the first major call out about this controller. It will only work with games running through Steam. I did test this on Diablo 4, playable through the Battle.net launcher, and it did not register this controller at all. It is possible for me to add that Battle.net Diablo to Steam, which would then allow me to use this controller with that, but it will not work without doing that configuration work first, so do be aware.
Interesting.
Probably good
Okay.
to talk about the size and shape of this thing.
I mean, that means that like if you wanted to use it for, I don't know, some other gacha, then it wouldn't work, right? If you wanted to use it for like Genshin or some shit. Unless you add Genshin to Steam.
A good frame of reference is to compare to other controllers you are already familiar with. Here it is with a PS5 controller. As you can see, it has similar dimensions. So
Yeah, it's like the sticks are like here, so where your square button is. That's not that different, honestly. It's like instead of going to the side, you just don't tilt your thumbs as much. So it would just be like where like the square button is not hard to reach at all. So it's just where that is sort of. And everything else is moved a little bit off to the side. Do these controllers come with a dongle? Yeah, they said a puck, which is the dongle, I think.
So people with big hands are gonna like this one. I know I do. The Xbox controller is much more tapered on its sides and ultimately feels slightly smaller in the hands versus the Steam controller. The Switch 2 Pro controller has similar angles on the grips, but it is substantially smaller in the hands than the Steam controller. It doesn't really look it in a side-by-side here, but in the hand, you absolutely feel it. I actually really like the Switch 2 Pro controller, but it's just a touch too small for my hands. If I'm holding it naturally, both of my thumbs kind of overshoot the thumbsticks, but that definitely doesn't happen with the Steam controller. It just kind of like naturally sits there. It feels great. So I do think this is another important call.
So it's better for bigger hands. My hands aren't too big.
Here. The Steam controller is larger than other controllers, so I do think that people with smaller hands may not enjoy it as much as people with larger hands, and I also wonder how kids might go with this thing. The other thing I will say is this. Of the 4 controllers I just showed you, they're all excellent controllers. Like, you know, of the 4 of them, no single controller is like the best one. They will have their strengths and weaknesses, but also we have our own personal preferences. So some like big controllers, others prefer small, some prefer the symmetrical thumbstick layout, others prefer offset. Some people really like back buttons and others care about like the feel of the plastic. So if you're deciding on whether or not you might want to get a Steam controller, I'd really encourage you to think about what it is you love about your existing controller and then ask like, does the Steam controller have that? And if it doesn't, like, could you live without it? There is, of course, a 5th controller that I have not mentioned yet, and it's this bad boy, the original Steam controller from back in 2015. This thing is a real work of art in the contemporary sense, where some people look at it and they think, oh, that's beautiful, I love it. And others think, holy hell, what a monstrosity, cast it into the fire. I actually interviewed 2 people who worked on the design of the latest Steam controller, Lawrence Yang and Steve Cardinale. Here's what they had to say about the OG controller.
It's been 10 years. It actually predates both of us. I was around Valve when we shipped that, but I wasn't on that team. And I think that we like it a lot, and it solved a lot of the problems that we were hoping to solve with it, in that we really were hoping to make a controller that could play your PC games that may not work well with a controller, but would work well with the mouse and keyboard. Making a controller that could handle mouse and keyboard input seemed like an interesting opportunity for the team. And we shipped it. We like it. We learned a lot. And a lot of the stuff that went into the Steam Deck, I guess it was 6 or 7 years later, came from our learnings from the Steam controller, from the original Steam controller.
This thing was defined by the absence of a traditional D-pad, the absence of a second joystick, the inclusion of back buttons, before that was cool, and most notably the inclusion of a trackpad, a move that Sony would emulate in their own much more limited way later on, and of course the Steam Deck would carry that idea much further on after that. As Steve was saying, the principal design goal was to make PC games playable with a controller, and it did that, but it sacrificed a lot to get there. The defining characteristic of the new Steam controller is that it accomplishes that goal of like PC gaming from your couch without any compromises at all. Now there are two main ways that it does this, and these ways are targeting two specific problems when it comes to PC gaming on your couch. Mouse inputs for games that require a mouse, particularly strategy games or automation games or whatever, but also precise aim in shooters. So let's talk about the precise aim thing first. Now gyro is old technology at this point, with PlayStation and Nintendo controls both supporting them for a long time now. The new Steam controller also supports it, and it adds a new feature called Grip Sense, which allows me to toggle the grip function on and off simply by releasing my fingers on the back of a controller. There are actually sensors built in here that will detect whether or not I'm gripping the controller, because don't forget, I can actually kind of hold it like this without gripping the bottom of it, and that's perfectly comfortable too. And so the choice of a full grip can become an input if I want it to be. It's a bit hard to explain, so I think I'll show you a worked example, as that's the best way to show off this tech and how I personally have been using it in my testing. So this is Returnal on PC. By default, no gyro support at all. Housemarque did not design this game to work with gyro support, but that doesn't matter because Steam Input handles all of that for me. Steam Input is a layer between your controller and the game and allows you to customize the shit out of your controller experience. Remap entire buttons, create shortcuts that weren't there before, download custom community-made mappings, and yes, enable gyro in games that do not support it. You do this on a per game basis. You right-click on the game, manage controller layout. On this screen, you will see the option to change the default layout, and it's here you can browse for those other community-made layouts, which can be quickly downloaded and applied to your game. It's also here that you can enable back button mapping. As you can see, I've bound my jump and dash to the back button, so I never need to take my fingers off the sticks while I'm playing. For the gyro, I've set gyro to joystick camera, so it's essentially recreating what the right joystick would be doing in terms of controlling where I'm looking. I can adjust the sensitivity of the gyro for more subtle or more exaggerated movements, and then I can go to advanced gyro settings, and this is where I can configure the gyro toggle using Grip Sense. Now to be clear, I don't need to use Grip Sense for this. I can bound this toggle to any button I like, and I can also use Grip Sense as an input for other things that I've mapped. But it works extremely well in a game like Returnal because I actually don't want gyro enabled all the time. When I'm running around, exploring, etc., I'm happy just to use the sticks. When I'm doing that in Returnal, I'm actually holding the controller like this, and it's perfectly comfortable, no problem. When combat begins, I grip the controller fully, and then gyro becomes enabled. At that point, I'm still using the stick for larger camera movements, but I'm also using the gyro for more subtle movements and aim adjustments, and it just feels fantastic. It does take some getting used to, but it genuinely feels like a straight upgrade over playing without it, and the difference here is...
Yeah, I know from Splat Tim that gyro controls are the way to go, right, for shooters?
How easily it can be toggled on and off, because having gyro enabled all the time in a game can be annoying, and having to hit a specific button to turn it on or off doesn't feel particularly intuitive, but just fully gripping a controller to toggle it on or off just feels so natural, and you stop thinking about it after you start doing it.
Isn't gyro like
so seamless? So that is...
I'm not a shooter gamer, but is gyro better than mouse and keyboard? I think most competitive people play mouse and keyboard, right? But I've heard gyro is very, very good. It might depend on the game, right? It depends on the person, but for me, no way. Curse says no. You would say no, okay. Also, yo, what's up, Hello Egg? How's it going? No, but it's closer than stick. Yeah, stick is like not good.
A really smart innovation from Valve that I think is going to get a lot of mileage. Personally, I play shooters on keyboard and mouse exclusively because I hate using a stick to aim. With this, I can definitely see myself playing more shooters with a controller. Probably not the ones where I'm playing competitively, but certainly those like single player shooters, you know, Returnal and Metro and Bioshock and whatever else. The other problem the Steam controller looks to solve is letting you play mouse-only games on PC by giving you access to trackpads. And it does a fantastic job of that because these trackpads are incredibly accurate and they have a nice little haptic feedback effect that kicks in when you move them, and it just feels great. I tested it with Civilization 7, which does support controller and moving back and forward between the stick and the trackpad, since you can actually use them both at the same time. The trackpad is just so much nicer to use, so much more responsive, so much more accurate. It's just a straight upgrade. Also, the trackpads are very comfortable because Valve had done a lot of thinking with regards to the ergonomics behind these trackpads. You'll notice that unlike the trackpads on the Steam Deck, the Steam controller trackpads are slightly tilted since your hands are sitting at a different angle. They also sit in a depressed section of the controller that drops off towards the bottom at an angle that sort of mirrors the arc of your thumb as you move it from the top to the bottom of the trackpad. So they're incredibly responsive, incredibly comfortable, but also surprisingly multi-purpose. And I'll admit, I don't really want to play strategy games on a trackpad. Like I know you can do it with this controller and it works fairly well, but I still would rather use a keyboard and mouse. What I'm much more likely to use these extra trackpads for is as controller maps. So for example, Doom the Dark Ages. Doom is great here because it has a keybind for each specific weapon. So what you can actually do is map swipes on that touchpad to the specific keys on a keyboard. So I can bind weapon 1 to a swipe up on the touchpad, weapon 2 to a swipe right, weapon 3 swipe down, etc, etc. I can do that for a total of 10 weapons since there's 4 directions on the touchpad and you can also press them as a button press. So that's pretty cool, right? You've essentially got yourself another like 10 buttons on this controller without them being actual buttons. So these are the two big selling points of the Steam controller, gyro and trackpads. And the point I've been trying to make here is that when you hear gyro and trackpads, you may think, oh, that's not really for me. But there's actually multiple use cases for both of these.
Who the hell plays Doom on controller? I think you've missed the entire point of this section.
Technologies, and chances are you're going to get some use out of one or both of them if you start testing them out and figuring out how to make them work for you. Outside of that, I'd say the puck is easily one of the best features. It doubles as the receiver and the charging dock, and it's magnetic, and it's a really strong magnet such that all you need to do is slide the controller over the docking station and it'll just snap to it. Valve says you can get around 35 hours of battery life out of this thing, which is a hell of a lot better than the 35 minutes I get out of my DualSense Edge. But the truth is, I never actually stress tested the battery because the dock was just so convenient. I would just finish what I'm playing and then just like drop the controller on the desk and it would just like magnetically suck. You know what I mean? Like just, you don't think about it. It's done. Easy. Oh, and by the way, you can actually sync a total of 4 controllers to one puck, making local multiplayer super easy for those of you that are into it. I definitely want to call out the back buttons here. One of my complaints about the Steam Deck is that the back buttons aren't great. They're so flush with the device that it's a bit awkward to press them. The Steam controller back buttons are a totally different story. They're much more pronounced without being so large that you're accidentally pressing them all the time. The top buttons in particular are exactly where your middle finger pads rest, so it's very natural to use them. I really love these back buttons. And according to Valve, I'm not the only one.
It's funny, we kind of took one stab at it, and the feedback we got from internal users was so resoundingly positive that we're like, okay, well, this is good. We're going to not touch it and just bring it to production. Made some minor tweaks just to help with like grip strength and making sure, you know, inadvertent presses wasn't too big of an issue.
As for the more traditional controller elements, a few things to call out here. The face buttons are broadly fine. The D-pad is also fine, though it has been improved versus the Steam Deck. Still, I think the Xbox's more clicky D-pad is better, or at least it's to my personal preference. The sticks are actually a very big deal because they're using something called Tunnel Magnetoresistance, or TRM. It's a new technology that's meant to provide even more. You know what? I'll let Valve explain it.
I think the TMR thumbsticks, like I think glossed over a little bit.
Yeah,
those are they're really big. We spent a lot of time looking at those and trying to figure out like, okay, there's this new technology. Is it ready yet? Can we put it into this controller? Because we've been interested in it for a while. Because you know, stick drift is a thing that happens with controllers, and we wanted to figure out new ways to mitigate it. And these magnetic-based controllers or magnetic-based thumbsticks are one of the ways to address that issue. So we looked at the TMR technology. They're also like really low power draw, so it improves battery life to use them. And I think we're really happy with how those end up and how they feel.
So better longevity, better battery life, all thanks to TRM. That's a nice upgrade. Haptics is one area that I might call out briefly. The haptic motors in this thing are pretty strong, and I found that some games, particularly like Silksong, the haptics were hitting a little too hard, so I had to manually adjust them down, which is something you can do with Steam Input. That's fine. It's not a problem in the sense that they can be adjusted, but I do suspect that more than a few people will notice this very heavy haptic feedback profile when they start playing around with the controller. Now, of course, no one controller has everything, and the Steam controller is no different. Notably absent are things like changeable D-pads or stick heights, trigger travel toggles for less depressing, god that was hard to say, no adaptive triggers like on the PS5 controller, and no speaker. Also, no 3.5mm jack, a real bummer for a controller that's so focused on like PC gaming from your couch. All of that is the kind of general give and take you'd expect from modern controller design. The one thing I would have liked a bit more though is some like texture on the chassis. You know how the Switch 2 Pro controller feels incredibly smooth, like basically slippery? The Steam controller feels similar to that in that it's a very hard feeling, very smooth plastic. I personally really like how some of the Xbox controllers have some rubber surfaces on their base to make it feel really grippy where you need it. The PS5 controller also has different plastic on the bottom that's more grippy than the plastic on the top. The Steam controller has neither of those things, and I would love to see a later version of the controller employ some different materials to give it a bit more grip at that back. Okay, let's finish up by talking about price. This thing is $100 US, $150 dues. Is it cheap? No, definitely not. Is it expensive? I do look at how many features are packed into this thing, and I don't find myself thinking, that sounds like a ripoff. The controller, the puck, the gyro, the touchpads, the haptics, the back buttons, all of that incredible support baked into Steam input. There are no shortage of cheap controller options that work on PC. So it's not like Valve are looking to sort of like price gouge you by selling you one type of controller and you've got no other options. They're just offering you an option, and it's got a lot of features, and I think it's fairly priced given how much it can do, but everyone is going to have their own personal view on that. I guess I'll finish up by talking about how much I plan to use this thing going forward. This is the controller that I will be using on my PC from now on. I've been using the Xbox controller for years, fantastic controller, but this controller does more stuff and I'm happy with the ergonomics. And that really is it. This just improves my controller experience on PC. Having said that, its improvements are not so essential that I'd say you definitely have to like run out and buy this right now. Instead, it's simply another very strong contender in a pool of very worthwhile contenders. And I would say that I think it is the best option for a PC controller if you value the unique features and customization that it offers, but it's not like the definitive best controller ever made, must purchase, yada yada. It's not that. A big thanks to Valve for sending the controller, and a big thanks to you for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, cool. I think the biggest thing is from that, right, is that with Steam input, it has a lot of different options. And that also, if you're not launching from within Steam, then it doesn't work. Dun, 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 dun. Give it a few months and someone will do drivers to do it without Steam, probably. Yeah, I'm not in the market for a new controller, but if I am, I'll consider it. I do need a new Switch 2 controller. But you know, I can't use the Steam controller there anyways. I wonder how it works with the Steam gachas that still technically just bring up a different launcher. They said it worked with Diablo, and Diablo, I'm pretty sure, even with the through Steam, would launch through its own launcher. So I think it just needs to be recognized by Steam. Because you can add non-Steam games to Steam, right? And I think all it needs to know is that there's a game up at the moment. I wish GBF had a weekly or monthly podcast. You wish GBF had a weekly or monthly podcast. Weekly's probably too Probably too often. I can see like twice a week maybe. Not twice a week, twice a month, sorry. Like one for each banner basically. Don't they do you're talking about Grand Blue TV, but I imagine Darb is talking about like an English one. I don't know if they mean official. You mean unofficial? I mean, if Smodcast, I'm not familiar with that, can do one for FGO, imagine you could do a weekly for a few months. Smodcast. I don't know what Smodcast is. I'm looking it up, I still don't get it. Oh, it's Smobber. I see. Ian Gramblue. Content creator podcast. I've actually thought about a podcast in the past. It was more, it just sort of fell to the wayside a bit. How often does Sheep do it? Cap, do you know? Or anybody else in chat? Cat Jam Clap. Cat Chan, no, Cat Jam. The emotes Zodrak did. See one for every new character or gala, you think, right? It feels like every other week. Yeah, I think 2 weeks is probably the most frequent you can do it, I think. I think doing it every week you would just run out of things. Like for example, if we had one like pretend you had one after Koregra, then it's like, hey, this week we have ToA. And then it's like, right. I would say a monthly dev stream. Monthly dev stream. I feel like Could just do one whenever. I would want it to, if I started one, I would want it to be somewhat regular. Like for there to be somewhat of a schedule, I mean. Weekly update? No, it wouldn't even be for update. It's just to chat about things, right? Like discussing new content would be part of it. But you know, it's something I've thought about wanting to do. I think every choreograph makes sense. I think banners make sense too, is the thing, right? Why do I... Chat, what is the lyrics for this track? Because... Go back. Does she say lost my keys? Am I hearing that right? Maybe like one for choreograph, one for flash, possibly. That's what you heard? I'm looking up the lyrics one second. Oh, it is. Already lost my keys to the door wide shut. I see. It was just so random. By the way, what I mean by like somewhat regular is I would want it to be like, as an example, I want it to be like every second Sunday or something like that. And choreographs and flash or whatever won't exactly line up with those at times. But maybe that's something you just have to adjust. I don't know. Something people could predict or somewhat plan on catching. Exactly, yeah. I think having a regular schedule is really important. Like, I think there's no worse feeling than expecting something to be there and then it's not there and then you just lose interest because it's not there anymore. Like, I think that's important. It's why I try to start my streams at a regular time every day. In the past, I actually even thought about ending the stream at certain times so that I have like consistent times that I'm available. Me, when I wake up at 5 a.m. and don't see your stream, like, I can't tell you, like, I have some podcasts I listen to and it's a weekly podcast, but sometimes they take weeks off and it's seemingly inconsistent. So sometimes there'll be just like 3 weeks with no podcast. I'm like, what the fuck, you know? Me when anime skips a week. Exactly. It's the same thing, right? I feel like first Sunday of the month and then the third Sunday of the month works most of the time, right? Or maybe that gets fucked up sometimes. I don't know. Because first Sunday of the month would catch Koragara, and then third Sunday of the month will usually catch Flash. So it's in essence, it's every 2 weeks. But what happens when there's 3 Sundays in a month, like August? I guess you just skip. Yeah, I guess in that case you skip, right? Like in my mind, first Sunday and third Sunday makes sense. I wonder if Omikim would join. Omikim would be the first person I ask, yeah. And then in the future, it'd be like bring guests on. Did this guy just say August only has 3 Sundays? No. I said I might have said that out loud, but that's not what I meant. What I meant was that most months would only have like 4 Sundays, but August has 5, which means technically you could fit 3 there. But I don't think there's much point for that. What are you even talking about? Someone asked, hey, I wish GBF had a podcast. And I was saying, I've actually thought about this in the past. But it just sort of was lower priority, so I never really organized it or anything like that. Because I like listening to podcasts too. And I was saying I would want it to be, if I did one, I would want it to be a regular schedule. And I think the most you could do it is probably twice a month. Because I think every week you just wouldn't have things to talk about. And I think doing once a month would be too much stuff. And you just forget what the hell happened during the month too. So in my mind, like, I was saying like, maybe the first Sunday of a month and then the third Sunday of a month. That just as like a random example. Sheep's thing is kind of podcast adjacent. Yeah, I think Sheep's is the closest. I mean, Sheep's is a podcast, right? As far as I know. When is Sheep's one again? Usually 9 p.m. Pacific. Is that weekly? On what day? I think Sheep's is on the weekend too, right? Is Sheep in English or JP? Sheep is English. Sheep is one of the people behind Granblue Ian, the Twitter account. It's Thursday North American time, right? Yeah, Sheep streams it on Twitch. What's it called? Granblue Radio? Does Sheep upload it elsewhere? They would just be on VOD on Twitch, and Twitch VODs would delete themselves after a while, as far as I'm aware. They go up on Grumbly and YouTube, but it's been a bit since the last one. Okay. Twitch VODs suck, they do, yeah. No, no, I'll float the idea. I think twice a month is probably a good what's it called? Good frequency. Twice a year when Omicron stream. I remember finding out that they changed the time VODs remain saved. That was a long time ago now, right? And it was like, if you have Prime, it's like 60 days. Isn't it? Oh, that's highlighted. That's different. So if you can only have 100 hours of highlighted VODs, but past broadcasts stay for 2 weeks if you have Twitch Prime. Otherwise, it's like 1 month. Hey, Jun, are you testing my cool dodge setup? Sounds RNG as shit. Is Munching still talking about his stupid what's it called? Midas setup? boat setup that's gonna break 50% of the time. Just dodge. That sounds awful. Sounds awful. Do you have a consistent one, Cajun? You do. You're a Echidna one? Randoms. I don't know randoms. Let me check the wiki. So is your Siete setup on the wiki? I think it's just the FO setup, but I use LO. No, I use FO actually. So yeah, it should be there, is what I'm trying to say. It's the Echidna one. It was 5 out of 8 clears. It's listed on the QWang, I think. But yeah, I see it. Let me check Siete. Mine is not there, actually. Oh, no, it's because it's this. It's because, alright, here's what's happened, Thunder. It used to be this, and then I changed to FO when FO came out, then I changed to LO when LO came out, and then I went back to FO. But yeah, it's basically this. Because it works regardless, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it's this one. Raid's easy when they make a character that specifically solves the biggest issue the element has, debuffs. Yeah. Where's my Echidna? Where's my Echidna? Let me get some water real fast, chat. Be right back. I'm back. Nobody's testing for those FAs. May as well test for myself. I mean, munching, as long as yours is consistent, it should be fine. But we don't know yet, right? Didn't he say he failed 3 out of 8 times? Oh, did he? He cleared 8 times and failed 3. Oh. Nah. Nah. Nah, sorry. That ain't it. Doesn't matter. Faster than 13-minute Cassius one. What's the song that... There we go. I have to add id phase 2 to the playlist. It's always so weird when it just ends. Full potting those raids suck because you're at max verboten, enjoying 99% amp. It does suck, yeah. I agree. Oftentimes, full potting doesn't even save the run as well. You just die in the next 3 turns, yep. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Twitter announcement is in 1 hour, 4 minutes. Yes. Yes, it is. Twitter announcement. So whenever the banner changes, they announce at noon Japan time what the next banner will be, unless it's a gala banner, in which case they have no announcement at all, which is in and of itself an announcement too. But yeah. So in 1 hour, they will announce what the banner's changing to, so you can hold your temples to see. Hello, Nightfall. Have you had your exam yet? How'd it go? Can game give me glories? Good characters. Surely we all get Lance when they rerun him. I think so. Nico checked earlier, and it's likely that this banner has up to Mugen Florence, Mugen Florence Lich. So Lance is probably too recent. Yeah, Mugen chance for non-Mugen heavers, which is actually massive. Is it off-season Halloween time? Likely, yes. We'll find out in 1 hour. In 1 hour, we find out. Chat, I want Orology and Wind. Is that too much to ask? Dispel on autos, debuffs, emergency, S3, full heal. It's greedy. Cajun, you've seen this element. No debuffs on autos, no dispels on autos. Fucking carried on the back of Siete at the moment. Siete Katura cuts. Does Orology provide immunity from Cosmos Nuke? It doesn't protect against Cosmos's insta-kill, if that's what you mean. Your element doesn't need more. I'm dangerous to 3 turning Yiki. Lamarok has debuffs on autos. Yeah, and Lamarok's one of the best characters in the element. You mean the shadow? I think so. Not sure. Brand Lamarok will be your savior. Just wait 2 more years. I was just saying, like, yesterday, right? When we were testing for Susia teams, Lamarok and Echidna were like one thing off being absolutely like batshit insane broken. And they're already quite good. If Lamarok was a seasonal character, he would have Dispel on S1, and that would be nuts. Right? Echidna, if she had Dispel on S2, broken. Why does Light and Earth get to use Vesusia in sub? Stop using a character that doesn't attack. So I've been asked many times whenever I stream Vesusia, hey, what's the easiest or what's the best element, right? Which is sort of a non-statement in and of itself, but I was wondering if you agree, Cajun, because you play Vesusia more than me. And I don't play Vesusia much at all. But from my perspective, as an outside perspective, I would order it Earth, Light, Wind, Dark, Fire, Water. That's what I would say. And what I mean by best in my mind, best is obviously subjective, but best for me was what is most consistently good. And the chances of that player doing well if I join them in a pub is more what I'm looking at. Like, I'm not sure if it's still true, but I think Dark is like able to do the most, right? Damage wise, but you don't see those Dark players in pubs. Earth is the easiest if you have a good setup. Yeah, that's my perspective too. You just do the same thing every turn and you just push insane damage. Neato. Let's see, what's this? Character usage rates. And then yeah, I think Light on average does well too. And then I think Wind is just next because of how easy it is, but generally Wind is just not able to push the same amount of damage. Or did I say Dark? I'm not sure. Light is only held back by the fact that you have to HP tune, yeah. I feel like Earth and Light are the only ones I would consider as like a conversation for top 1. Earth, if you aren't DPT horror, you just can't die, yeah. Alright, let's see. Character usage rates. Ilsa number 1 in Master tier. Naru then Belial. Who's at the bottom? Uno. Nope, not Uno. Naru EX. I forgot EXs are listed differently. Does the conversation change if it's Primal or Magna? Earth, Magna, and this is assuming Andromeda. And I guess this comes down to whether you think Andromeda is Magna or not. But Earth is perfectly playable as Magna if you have Andromeda. You can just do it with Opus. That's true as well. I think it's much less effective, which is, obvious. Like, if we're comparing elements that don't need illustrious weapons between either, I would say Earth falls off quite a bit compared to, like, Wind, because Wind just doesn't use one, as an example, right? Layla has 130 DPT. I think DPT is a bad measurement. It's a good benchmark score. This is overall a pretty balanced spread, right? After seeing yesterday's wind incident, he's not a believer anymore. What, the TPT stuff? No, I've always known that. Hello, Omega. I do wish I got to grab the opening omens before it was deleted, but it is what it is, I guess. DPT is a bad metric without the context of how many turns you can actually move, yeah. Can you not sack school during mandate? I don't think you want to. The whole point of using Skull's munching is so you can get permanent skill specs to everybody. And she procs for Susie every turn. Yeah, like you don't want to sack Skull during mandates. And no gem men. Are the M3 Omega Anima time gated resource, or are they super difficult to farm? It is intended that you trade up the small anima into Omega Anima using quartz. You don't have enough quartz, yeah. Quartz will come over time, so I guess in that sense it's time gated. But yeah, I've seen some people think that you need to farm Omega Anima drops specifically, and that's not the case. The team just has enough bar gain and gen, then you just run for Susia main instead of sub. Using Nehan really never clicked while doing Augustia. Nehan's S3 doesn't work in this raid because the boss reduces your buff durations by 1 turn. So S3 needs to be off, as you can see, but Nehan's S1 and S2 are still very strong buffs. This was the team that I used for my first Hexa solo as well, actually. He's just a good character. I still wonder if the charge bar gain was like quote-unquote intentional. I think it was, because at the time people were doing like falsehood Vinland stuff with Viking. Did I save what I did for subby solos? No. Subby was way too long ago. The chat might remember them, but I don't. Kengo instead of Chrysor? I don't think we loop with Chrysor. I don't think we even loop with RF. But then again, I've not innovated on this setup for a long time, so... I think the only thing I've done is put in Destroyer Weapon when I got it. I'm trying to make my stupid Tanjiro Thunderclap trigger team to work. I yearn for stupidity. If it works, it works. Mhm. You got all 144 Golden Week missions done. Nice. Mm. Thebes pixeling. Can this month end already? My keyboard is running out of battery, chat. Keeps mistyping. A battery keyboard? Well, it's wireless. So I need to plug it in. Double A batteries. No, not double A. They should schedule Golden Week for Guild War next year. No, I don't think they'll ever do that, right? Because they don't want it coinciding with people's holidays. Side games would also be on holiday. That's true, yeah. Many of the staff probably go on holidays too. All the GBF players just spend the week playing pachinko anyways. Thanksgiving doesn't affect us. That's why they should always have Guild War there. I hate the rotating top tab. Can you disable it? Because I noticed that too. I feel like I used to be able to like make it stop, but I feel like these days they've like stopped it from doing that. As in like they make it keep spinning. It flashes every time it rotates. Oh, the what? The top bar. This bit. The cheer your way to the top. This thing, like it rotates. With 7 TV you can hide it, or maybe that's what you should do. Yeah, I don't get it recently because I use a separate chat client, but yeah, it's something that did annoy me at some point. Yep, Annual gets a holiday. Oh wait, sorry, not Annual. But Medusa gets a holiday ult. That's Wind. Why I was thinking Annual was because there's not many primal powers in Wind, right? In fact, are there any except like adjacent ones like Annual, which I don't think really count. Neza. Oh yeah, true, Neza. Meteon has a Wind holiday. Yeah, but Meteon's not a primal power. You just want Medusa with Echidna, the snakes together. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, da. Mhm. Let's see, let's see. I would like to... Yeah, we tried this. I don't know if you caught this, Cajun. The Koako one. I didn't really... It didn't really work for me. I feel like... Like, what the issue here was 99 mil. We like literally failed half the time. A 5 to 6 dispels were just always fucking like where we just can't ever do that. MC 2 with Alexiel, maybe 3 with Alexiel. With Lamorak. 4 with Vesusia. Then 5 with Did you see my message in editors? The language change? Yeah, I did see that. Charge attack 50,000 or 50 million times. Is there anything I would like to be worded differently? What was the one thing that we're changing already? X damage hit should probably have damage. This one. Where is the page? I need to see what these tooltips are. I think you have to mention that 200% bar also doesn't count if you're doing it like this. I'm not sold on that one. This needs to be discussed, yeah. I don't think attack 6 times should be changed because that's what it says in game. But this tooltip just needs to be a bit more clearer. I would, yeah, okay, that's fine. He's blinded and buff removing Luo. I forget who's that. It's Iwia, okay. Some of those early V2 omens are so bad. Yeah, most of the dragons have something weird. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Just need a reword attack. How does supplemental damage work with multiple instances? Let's say I have pain and suffering. Then I have a character that adds supplemental to charge attacks. And Orologia. Is there a cap somewhere? So different sources might not stack with each other. And then the other thing is certain things will have they will have a shared cap. Yeah, frames is what we refer to them as. So for example, PNS, if you put 3 PNSs in a grid, that's 100k. It's not 150k because the max from your grid on the general supplemental frame is 100k. You can't get more than 100k from your grid of general supplemental damage, right? So that's one way it's limited. That's a cap. But if you have a weapon in your grid that adds supplemental to charge attack, that's a different frame. So let's pretend that you have one weapon which does that, and that's 100,000. And then if you have 2 PNSs, now that's 200,000 on your charge attacks, as an example. And then character buff or summon buff, which is Orologia Call, would not stack with other similar sources. So if you have another character that gives supplemental, then that would not stack with each other. Only the highest value would apply. Have I crashed out about Qinglong main whip? No, you haven't. Orologia is unique. Wait, is Orologia unique? Wait, so Oro stacks with everything else? I thought Keen didn't... I thought supplemental icons didn't stack. Aura is a weird one-off. Okay, so Aura is literally, in that case, the only supplemental visible buff that would stack with other visible buffs. In that case. Oh, I guess, do artifacts stack? I actually don't know if artifacts stack as well. But in general, if it's a visible buff, you can check by clicking on your buff icons and then seeing if there's 2 icons there. Yeah, because I remember when talking about supplemental frames with back in the day, it was like, hey, these ones just generally do not stack. Like this icon will generally not stack with another icon. Generally, unless it's like a different icon entirely. But Auros is the same icon, so I thought it wouldn't. But I guess Auros is a unique one then. Qinglong is 15% attack down that is added to the product of normal, Omega, EX, and ODS. It's a unique multiply down. That's funny. Cajun, you wanna do Vesusia with me where I test the army? It's technically different. It only affects those. Oh, it doesn't affect others. That's so... Why'd you even test this? Did you test this to see if it's the same as Odious? We're talking about the summon at the moment, Blaster. I tested it because I wanted to rewrite it and it's mentioned the L. And you went, no way it's still like that. Clueless. Enjoying for Vesusia. Oh my god, I keep making rooms in impossible. I'm gonna try this team. Surely it's fine. Alandis's VA voice is Alate, he does Blackbeard and a bajillion other roles. Yeah, GBF has some big names. This can't go that badly, right? Anybody else for Vesusia in chat? The most frustrating part is having to go to her raid to fix it. Yeah, that is a bit annoying. I do agree with that. I have a bookmark just for Vesusia parties. Any Vesusia is in chat. If you need a bit of time, let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably just pub it. Got water. Erish said he'd join after the one he's in. Okay. I can do light, but I have to finish this Richie match first. How long is that? I wonder if this grid is the best grid we can do. Do you try Opus main hand? I don't know. What am I missing in my grid? Ogi specs. We're missing Ogi specs. We're missing... So bottom row is not changing. Second Volfred. Yeah, could do. Over the Clam. I'm also not convinced on Vortex. What I mean by that is that I wouldn't mind some Enmity or some, like... Again, I find myself wanting Atlantis. I find myself wanting Atlantis. I mean, we could do this. It's just that these become completely useless in Phase 2. That's the problem. This weapon does nothing in Phase 2 because Phase 2 is just... I guess it's not true because Ephro is always attacking, right? What's blue side? How do you cancel that? Hit 50 times or charge attack 6 times. That shouldn't be too bad. I think we'll be okay on Dispel because Ami herself has a Dispel too. I'm not convinced on a multi-attack though. 61 plus 20, 71. Uh-oh, that's not enough. Hold up. I need some TA. Skip sub 9, I'm not keeping it anyways. I need TA. I'll take that for now. Might also do this. There's no HP node, so we probably want a bit of defense. I actually need TA here as well. Is a 14 collab in GBF unlikely? What? I have no idea. What is that? Is that eviscerate? I think that's eviscerate. TA skill camera, I'll take that. Low rolls, but is that enough? So plus 20, 92. Wait, is Lamrock 20? I think Lamrock is 20. No, Lamrock's 30. Okay, we're good. Why do I think Lamrock is 20? John GBF. Who's John GBF? Okay, I'm gonna assume that's Irish. Soundist, are you close? Otherwise we'll start. All good if not. What do we need? Light fire, I think. No, okay. You should get around to installing 13. Alright, let's see how this goes. Hello, Confection. How's it going? That cooldown's too long. I don't think we should click it. Learning how to host Mugen is so good. If I get 2 stacks, that'd be really nice, but no. Surely I do 80 hits, right, chat? Surely? I haven't counted, but surely. How do I do 13 debuffs? Hold up. How many do I do? I don't know how many I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we're off. I think we're off by 1. None of these debuff. I'm pretty sure we're off by 1. I don't want to lose my team yet, so we're going to do this. Alright, chat, we find out. Wait. If I take a turn now, what do I get next? Charge attack? Oh wait, I can't clear that. Oh no, we have to wait. Because I get Gauntlet, and Gauntlet's charge attack, and I don't have Katora up, so we have to wait. No, Army 2 doesn't. It's a Dispel. It depends if Lamrock procs twice. He might. I think we cancelled. Let's watch. No. We did not cancel. It's fine. Dispel is not a debuff, no. You gotta put an icon on the enemy, and Dispel doesn't put an icon on the enemy. Maybe just want to do gauntlets? I think so. I think so. And then push phase 2, possibly. But I also don't want to be clicking Charlotte every turn, but we also need FC like every turn. Not every turn, but every second turn. Cancelling that Omen and gets rid of Halo. That's how you're meant to, yeah. Like, you get to move, but how much is this actually doing though, right? Like, what's the point? I'm at 98 DPT. Amazing. I got to move the whole raid, but what's the point? Do you need Charlotta here at the end? Do you need Charlotta? I think you need her to loop, right? I just don't see how we can push a lot of damage. With this team. And a Drakon. Has Mugen. I think I'll spend my temple now, just in case. Just because Echidna's higher. Crazy carry Erish. Crazy how that Dark could only bot. Army is sadly not stronger. Nah, it's not even an army thing. The whole team doesn't make sense. It only makes sense from a perspective of you get to move for longer. So it's not an army issue. Army could be like any other character and it'd be the same thing. Hello, Rexton. Hold up, chat. Let me do my temple. Maybe we get Echidna. And then we can test Echidna. Smiley face. Click. Alright, no Echidna for me. Feels fucking bad. She's sparkable, keep going. Anyways, back to this for a moment. I didn't really see the point of this team either. What the hell is that sub party? This is Vesusia. Vesusia, you get to bring 5 backline characters. I feel like you just have higher output doing this or this. It's for this one raid in the game. And just figure out a romp setup. Okay. Anybody in chat? Firelight? Negative debuffs a turn, yeah. I can play fire. Come on in. Which element is hard to find people to play in Vesusia? I don't join enough pubs to know. Tell me if no light. I think Cajun has a light. I'll let you know if we're still missing. It was usually water or fire was last. You know, the worst part about the RF setups is the fact that you need to I need to change my keys for max damage, and I don't want to do that. It's so bad. Do I need Zeph here? Probably not. I'm not going to use Zeph. See it Teogis with this much bar. Surely Scald is the same, right? I actually don't know how much charge bar gain Scald has. Okay, we're good. It's like wind being the hardest to find, earth being easiest. Oh, is it? Okay. That surprises me, actually. Wait, the boss has a buff. That means I failed something, right? Wind was often last to join when you're doing far as well. Okay. This fucking trigger sucks. BPM Remy didn't get hits plus FC. And now I wait. Win sucks here, man. I want a good team. Where's your Rosine tech? Am I meant to play fire now? No, I don't have Higurashi. If Water had a good team, I'd probably play Water. But Water looks worse than Wind. Why Wind and Water hard to find? I don't know. There just might be less people with Siete and stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure. Need an Alex. Yoink mine, please. Thank you. No, XF. Where's my dimensional chain? I'm probably dead here, by the way. Wait a second. Never mind. Oh, it's 2%. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't know. It 163. I feel like I may as well just be playing not schooled. Probably really doesn't matter. Let me switch one sec. All this shit feels the same. And FO does not seem like a viable option in my opinion. War Cyberpunk, I'll watch that afterwards. Almost clicked Faded Chain again. I didn't cancel. 3 hits. Amazing. Amazing. Did I not click cuts buttons? That might explain things. That may explain things, chat. Why I was lacking hits. Smiley face. Dark is so strong. Dark is quite good here, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I have to wait. How fun. Quick push it to 15, so I get to play. Give me the phalanx. 146. 19 turns. 2.6, 16 turns. 2.7, 19 turns. I don't know. I think at the moment it really doesn't matter what we do, whether we do this or this one. It's sort of like dealer's choice. Or it may be too fast for you to build DPT probably. I can say, no, it's fine. I think at the end of the day, it's like... we need to adapt. But at the moment, I think we just don't have the tools. Oh. Oh, we fucked up. Are you meant to kill Scold right now? Is there an easier way to get rusted weapons? I tried the wiki, it wasn't exactly clear. Angel Halo or Proto Bahamut normal, which is known as Wings of Terror. One of those two. The weapon drop is random. Yeah, you can also buy them with pendants too, every month. I have 2 turns. Nomad. Oh, there's Sariel. I'm calling Alex. Yeah, you can always use silver bricks as well. So if you get 1 copy, you can silver brick it up. Every month it is. Proto Baja's really fast to get them. I would recommend it. What did you find not clear about the wiki, by the way, so we can make it better? The whole fight Proto and Angel Halo. Sorry, I don't understand. It says you can get it from these places and then it explains. For quick rusted weapon farming, Proto Baja is preferred. However, if Angel Halo or Dimensional Halo is needed for walls, it's more time efficient. Rusted weapon will drop every 5 to 10 Angel Halos, thus each drop will cost 100 to 200 AP. Proto Baja, on the other hand, will almost always, with a more valuable drop where it doesn't, thus each drop will be 5 EP. Proto Baja will almost always drop 1, thus each rusted weapon will drop on average this one or this one. I think the average there is wrong, but regardless, I think that still follows, right? Like it's worded a bit weirdly, but Where's my dimensional bar? Blue side. Blue players. Cajun. What rank? 300? Is that right, chat? Did I miss the Alex? I need one. Hi, Mr. Streamer, how are you? About to be very bad if there's no more Alexes. Are we out? How did we lose all our Alexes? Zeus guard should be enough. We get one turn, I guess. Time to go back to double Alex. I might. It turns out one might just not be enough. That's right, fucking sucks, man. Oh well, the others have got it. I'll get you to DC. Yeah, no worries. I'll do the last 1%. I'm not sure if you would live with Zeus. Holy dimensional, it's here. What a fun raid. Don't worry, I got lockout, so we're almost there. That didn't do 6 mil, I don't trust you anymore. Yeah. No. I'm not going in without another Alex. Sorry. Goodbye, Busted. How do I clear the start? I guess I just don't. Do I need Baja? I did need Baja once, but now this room's so fast, we don't need it. I put it in the wrong team chat. Smiley face. Anyways. I did it on the wrong team. I also clicked the wrong buffs. This is off to a great start. My cuts has no hype. At least you didn't click FC. Yeah, sort of impossible to do it here. Or rather, it's fine if I do, because it doesn't do anything. Give me that Uriel. No. I'm learning lots of win stuff. I don't think I would do Scald in this. I wouldn't do Scald in regular pubs, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's worth it. Good night. Good night. And you're stuck here until I move. Which is now. I can't cancel Jodo. Oh. Which of Katura's special is better, where she swings the bike or the one where she drives with the captain? She swings the bike. I don't remember which one that is. Are we not resetting? Da, 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 da. I don't think I Ogi here. Okay, we did. Good. Would have been a disaster otherwise. We'll wait till 70 here. I should have saved Katura as well. I miscounted. I'm waiting. It's risky because we don't have 000. A draconic weapon's worth getting without provenance? I don't think so. I would always try to use Opus. I do miss Baja though. Hi Fino, how's it going? Has the Evoker event dropped? No. In a couple hours. You can check on the front page of the wiki to check. Starts in 4 hours. And Nomad Fire's not done. Uh-oh. It looks like a fun boss. I think Vesusia is overall a well-designed boss. Mainly I just have issues with limitations on certain elements and teams. Like Wind, I don't actually think there's a good team outside of this. I think every other team is just sacrificing something else to achieve marginally better numbers. I forgot to press 000 in phase 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Time to clear one Halo. If you can clear it, go for it. No, man. Like, I think if we can clear... I thought boss executes. Boss builds up to Cataclysm quicker. G100 Jodo kills if Halos are still up. Oh, do they? Okay, I forgot about that. Well, I guess you have to. Wind is the most comfy for this raid. I disagree. I think Earth is by far the easiest. At least the Wind uses attainable characters. Yeah, that is a positive for Wind. You don't need an illustrious weapon either. I mean, Dirt doesn't need one either, to be fair. Wind doesn't have a good illustrious, which means that you're not tempted to get an illustrious. Yeah, we'll call it there, chat. That's enough for Susia from me. We shall end on a loss. Hey, I got my tenacity loot. Earth uses like 3 to 4 seasonals. Cajun, how many seasonals do you use? Sorry for trolling the last one, that's fine. Oh. No, I'm doing this mostly to test my teams and to limit test them, but we need new characters, I think. No, I'm not sure what we can do with current characters. I use 3 seasonals and 1 can be replaced by a grand. What element do I think is weakest now? In what? And weakest in what sense? In general, no. Not a valid question, sorry, not answering. The plus marks are so spread out, I have to consolidate it. YouTube sleep time, says Marky. Good night, Marky. Now, the reason why what element, like just to go a bit further into it, I think generally people who are like less familiar with Granblue tend to ask, hey, which element is the strongest, which element is the weakest? But these questions are invalid because there's no content where you would firstly compare these things with each other in any meaningful way. And then the second is like to give an analogy, it would be like saying hey dy is it's comparing like something that's completely different with each other. And it doesn't really make sense at all. Is it healthier to eat red meat or dark or fruit? I was gonna go with something even more absurd. I was gonna say something like, is a BMW better than like a 4090 or something like that, you know? Like the context, like they never overlap. It doesn't matter, right? Like, you can replace it with any other thing. And at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to personal preference. I guess a slightly less absurd example would be like, is basketball or baseball the better sport? Right? And each person's going to have their own opinions. But at the end of the day, they're both sports. So yeah, to go a little bit more further into it, that's why anybody who sort of is a bit more familiar with how Granblue works won't really be able to answer a question like, hey, is dark better than wind? Because it doesn't really happen. Like it's not really comparable. And that's why specifics are needed. It would be like, hey, is dark better than wind in like Vesusia as an example? And then the question would have to be posed like, in what sense is it better? Like wind is more accessible, but dark can push higher numbers. What is better is on the eye of the beholder, right? Which element struggles if I run enmity? Why would any element struggle if they run enmity though? It's more that some elements might just not have good enmity weapons, right? Like if you're running enmity and light, what are you doing? Realistically, there's like no good enmity light weapon. It's like Ancient Apollo, is that it? But as an example, yeah, then enmity doesn't change depending on what elements it's in, right? Like the mod functions exactly the same. Spartan always gives jammed, no matter what element it is. Like the only unique equation here is that Zoe is able to bring everybody down to 1. Also, the stronger question in GBF, I feel like really doesn't apply because you are heavily incentivized to make all 6 elements, and that's how the game is. That's how the game functions, right? So, like knowing that, let's just as an example, just said one particular element, element A, was the worst. Then it would be like, oh, then like you don't even get to skip farming element A because you need element A to farm element B, right? So it's like, what's the point? Also, how the fuck did my Octavia die? might be the plus marks. Maybe my question is off due to context notes. Deliberately detonating a near bomb. Octavia randomly dies? That's not happened to me before. But I might have just had plus marks up until now. You're going to get some sleep. Bye-bye. Since some triggers are multi-hit, if they just hit Octavia, she can just die. Alai used her special just now. When the party's on hold, I would read how her S3 works. Essentially bypasses that. There are some characters that can bypass hold. And second one, no, I really don't think I need to change anything here. This is the first time that's happened, and it's still cleared. You have to sleep now. Good night. Thanks for popping by. Octavia is very squishy. Most attackers of her archetype have shield or dodge. She has unchallenged. But no, Octavia's squishiness is really just due to her passive, which gives her lower HP. That's it. There's not much to it. I have to watch this Woolworth thing. What is it? To be honest, she does have dodge. Yes. Yeah, Cyberpunk. I heard there was a videos. Click. Cyberpunk Edge Runners collaboration.
Good morning, Solaris!
Hey, I recognize those two.
It's been a solid and sturdy 30 hours since the Edge Runners made their appearance. Kudos to President Lucilla for making sure our out-of-towners weren't poked and prodded like overgrown lab rats. But that doesn't mean some peeps won't try.
Hold up. This might get me muted. YouTube, I'm posting the link. I'm gonna mute it on YouTube. I'm sorry. Oh, blame YouTube. In-game song. I have no idea. That's why. It's June. Is there any more details than this one, chat? I just recognize that one woman from Guilty Gear. Oh, Lucy, yeah. Just a general idea. So no info about who's playable and what. It's just guessing based off that trailer. I mean, there's no way Lucy isn't, right? They're both playable. Okay, okay. There's been zero indication that David is playable. Octavia almost dying two times in a row. Help her. Rebecca is free. Rebecca is free confirmed. That's cool. Curious how the banners will work. We have some precedent from HSR, right? Dun, 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 dun. Aloy in Genshin. Aloy wasn't even like a traditional collab, right?
まずは深呼吸さ。からくりの出番だね。どけ切り捨て。ていよていよそら。
It'll likely work like how DMC did in PGR. They'll be up the usual banner length and dip forever. That's how they normally work, right? That's the thing. Alo is actually one of my strongest characters in Genshin, next to Zhongli and Arlecchino. Interesting. It just sounds a very unique case. It really is, yeah. Hungry Jacks or KFC? KFC. You will E6 blade ult for me, right? What you mean I'm poor? bringing Lyria along always terrifies me because of the whole shared lives thing. So I've never included her. Should I try the Skittles McFlurry? There's a Skittles Storm as well. It looked bad, so I didn't get it. You should get it and let me know. Are they kind of good? You want to get Mummy. Wait, sorry, what? Oh, the Halloween? Halloween characters are very good. At least the ones that I've featured. Which is like Mugen, as an example. You can click Necromancer skill 1 every 2 turns for free damage from Sidala passive. Interesting. Sooner I can get rest of the materials needed for collapse at the tower, the better. Normally you get flake with chocolate topping minus ice. Wait, in minus ice in your ice cream? You can do that? Wait, ice? The storm has ice in it? Are we thinking about different things? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's see. Get me out of this raid. I'll be so happy when we don't have to do Ogi here. Or at least such a slow Ogi. Because the Makutan Maka is not too bad. IMO. But this one, the Dark Team, ugh. Dun, dun. There's a way to do both omens without Ogi, but mechanization stacks faster, not omens, but the other thing, conditionals. You don't have to do Ogi. That's true. Hello Wings, how's it going? Skill nukes like Kotora. Yes. I just don't know how to make that hit hard enough with my current setups. You just had lunch? What'd you have? I had vegetarian bihun. I don't know what that is. I'm looking it up. Rice? Oh, Singapore noodles, it says. I know it sounds weird, but it slaps. I've never had this. I'll have to give it a try one day. The crispy crackers are heaven. I've always been a bit skeptical of like really thick noodles, because like I really like ramen consistency, for example, but I don't like udon, right? And I've had like egg noodles as well, which are a bit thicker, they're a bit different, and I don't really like those. So I've always been a bit wary of noodle types that I'm not familiar with. Because what ends up happening is that what ends up happening is I eat like the toppings, like whether it's the beef or whatever, and I just leave the noodles alone. It's really thin. Okay. It depends. Texture is sort of big for me. If I ever get the chance, I'll check it out for sure. Hello, exterior, how's it going? You can try it out when you travel. It's common in Malaysia and Singapore, yeah. Hello. I got Slay the Spire 2 on a whim and an hour flew by. What have you played so far? I'm a big Slay the Spire fan. The hour got Thanos snapped. The first two... Oh, right. I forgot they unlock in order. It's Ironclad and then Silent, right? I think it goes in that order. Are the odious summons good? Yes. They're core for odious grids. It's like stir fried but with mock meat because it's vegetarian. Makes sense to me. Not just the noodles. If it's just the noodles, it doesn't taste like anything. What do you mean it tastes like rice? There's no way it tastes like rice. I refuse to believe it. I farmed silver relic shards to try to uncap Siete. Just to hit a quartz wall? Oh no. You're gonna wait for boxing events and things like that, guild wars. And you'll slowly stack up quartz. DY, do you remember how long it takes you to get Augustia Mana Tura to drop? Mine was, like, I would say... I know this doesn't help you whatsoever, because I can't give you a solid number. But, like, if this is the bell curve of how quickly it takes, I think I was about here. No, sorry. I was on the wrong side. I was about here. If this is raids. Right. I got mine a little bit later, but not too bad. I know some people are like here, which fucking sucks. But yeah, mine took a bit, but not awful. I think it was... No, I'm not comfortable throwing out a number because I just don't remember. I think Vasquez is still the worst streak I've heard. I think Vasquez was like 2,000 or... No, it might have been more. I forget. He was dropped around 1,500. That sounds somewhat familiar. But yeah, like Vasquez was like 2,000 raids, I'm pretty sure. I forget exactly. You'll have to... Vasquez probably remembers. You're close to 1100 raids, no mana Tora, yeah. Took me so long then to get dupes in the same week was pain, yeah. The moment like you don't need them anymore, you just start getting more of them. Such is life. I think I slept wrong. My neck hurts, chat. It's time to save pulls, yeah. If you guys are lacking Halloween characters, sorry, I highly recommend saving your pulls. It's not actually Skittles. Oh, what are they? Yeah, because Skittles in ice cream does not sound good, right? That's why I was like, it sounds bad. But basically, as far as I know, you get everything up to here will be added. And out of these, like, these are like, this guy's amazing. These guys are good, like decent enough. These guys are like situational, but not bad. These three. And then like, this one's not awful because it's a blue pot. Something like this. I don't rate these guys, but I guess they're better than these ones. So yeah, something like this, right? And like out of these, like this character's like top tier meta, so it's jelly. Oh, okay. Do you think it's good? You haven't tried it yet. Oh. But you've like squished it to see it's jelly. I just got my food. Well, it sounded like you tried it because you knew it was jelly. That's why. That's why I was asking. Jeez, I'm sorry. What makes Halloween Mugen so good? So recently I wrote up the advanced grid sections on burst elements. I would check this particular section. I sort of briefly go over it here. It's like a truck and won't die. Partially. I would more equate it as he makes your team hit like a truck, but yes. Makes your team hit like a truck and synergizes perfectly with Nehan, yeah. I like this FA. Getting to use all the Divine Generals is really fun. One of my favorite things to do. Basara, yeah, getting to use Basara is fun too. And he's actually good here. Has a Dispel, attacks twice. Is immune to debuffs. You want the Zodiac Gang, you don't have all three someday. I think it was a really good decision by Cygames to release characters outside of their element. Like, because early on you could see, like, for example, like Grimnir. He's only wind. Because he's a wind character. But then they changed their philosophy. Because, like, if you have two Grimnirs, you can never put them in the same party, so there's no point. You'd rather be able to play them in different elements, right? So it makes sense. Looks at Elmot, yeah. Some characters still haven't left their own Ellie, but yeah. Medusa, I mean, at least Medusa's started adapting. Yeah, Medusa has fire and the rest are earth. But also many of them are before this change in philosophy happened. And the grand one you can argue is because it should be her representative form. I don't know if that argument holds any water, but it's something to consider anyways. It's funny when they do Aglo in Europe and it's just water effects, yeah. It is. Cassius, what would happen if you got mugged or were put in a sticky situation? Nothing on this island could harm me, nor has such adhesive properties. Cassius is a great character. His event SSR is pretty solid for Lumineer. Yes, he dispels, and in Lumineer, dispel is very powerful. If my squad was Tsukuyomi, Lich, and level 86, would I replace 6? I'm not sure. You'll have to try it. You'll have to try. It's hard to know because, like, depending on which triggers you run into, like 6 might line up better than compared to somebody else. I also haven't not used level 86 ever. Because I got my 6 and immediately uncapped to 100, so, and they've also been changed ever since I got them. So it's hard for me to evaluate. Also, what sort of grid you have. and things like that will matter too. So yeah, I think just testing them out. But I think your instincts are probably correct. I would start with 6 and then I would try replacing the others and see how they go. I don't hate it, but I don't know if I'd choose this over my standard. You swap Cassius with Manu, Ponamu on turn 1, then kill him with SSR Death, and then you have 2 extra dispels on turn 1 because of no Helmel or Magus. And so just for the conditional chest in this case, right? Because there's nothing to dispel on turn 1. I really do like this team. It's fun getting to use Mana Diver over Trance. Glad your Neza variant has been consistent. Wait, really? Overtrance was fun. Oh, Overtrance was so good last Guild War. After 50% it can slow down a bit, but it still clears. Is there an MC class that's particularly good, at least in the Dispel department? Boogeyman can work. What do you guys use, chat? I think what I use is not relatable for the most part. You don't think you can get Boogeyman yet? There's some other classes too that Dispel. I mean, every class can equip the Dispel sub skill, right? So I don't think my FO FA into well-timed 000 call. Yeah, that's why I'm not suggesting mine either. The Cosmos is looking like a fail. You've been really unlucky with these hosts. I'm assuming all the Spartans have sort of died down. Is that correct to say? Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I guess that's how the meta is. Cosmos is rough too because like if you join at the wrong time, many setups can just sort of brick themselves. Just better to watch in case a bad omen shows up. Try to make a Cosmos solo FA in the future, methinks. Yeah, Cosmos is one of the ones I really tried to aim for an FA for because of that, exactly. There are some Magna ones. My one does have Evangeline, which is sort of unfortunate if you missed that collab. That's the main one, you don't have Evangeline. Munchings doesn't use Evangeline, but he's also a Hades. So... yeah, what JCXC said though too. Like, you can always pay attention, but I understand that nobody wants to pay attention, right? If I have a partially FA setup, that shit's bricking. Because I'm not paying attention. Have they ever reworked Cosmos like they did with the Gastria? Yeah, they did, right? Or was that was the only thing they did the red pot change? It might have been just the red pot change. Cosmos has been nerfed, I think, like twice. They've done a couple things, I just can't remember like exactly what. I'm getting a call check, give me a sec. When will they change Seek? Only Agastria has been changed. Yeah, I can't remember what exactly has changed with Cosmos. Are we sure Cosmos has been like changed a lot? Balancing something but summon delay being shorter? Okay. Yeah. I don't recall exactly, but I'll trust you on that. Alright, chat. I do need to leave. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. I must go leave to teach. Thank you for watching. I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM JST for more Goraburu and other such nonsense. Let's go raid someone today. I see Kaya is streaming. Let's go raid Kaya. /raid. Kaya Kuri. Flip. Alright, chat. Say hi with 3 eyes, okay? That's the raid message. And then put any emoji you want afterwards, okay? Do we understand? Say yes, DY, I understand. Alright, here we go, chat. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Good night. Bye-bye. No? What do you mean? Bye-bye, chat. Have a nice rest of your day.